Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as ever, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, the third Phoenix Wright game and the conclusion to the original trilogy. This won't be our first time playing, so if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games we played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for tonight, let's go ahead and get into the game. Typically, I would be recapping the game at this point, but oh my god, this case is difficult to recap. Phoenix, Maya, and Pearl went to a mountain retreat where Maya was supposed to train. There was a murder. Phoenix nearly died trying to help Maya. Maya's trapped in a training hall. Might be dying or dead. Pearl's was missing for a little while. There's an evil twin involved in this. There's a ghost involved in this. Oh my god. We're gonna have to see where all this is leading tonight. It was just a cold. I want to believe that was supposed to be pneumonia. I do. But, that seems like an odd oversight. Yeah, Dahlia fucking Hawthorne is in there as well. Who we've seen twice so far this game, and it's never good when she shows up. Yes, I heard about those, LTG. Oh my god. It's weird games. Hey, Luna, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope your weekend is going great. February 10th, 9:39 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So, is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. I thought that was going to be Edgeworth. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? Prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francisca von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Emperor, hey, thank you for the gift sub to Damaged Plushie right there. Gift sub number 1207 in the channel. Comfy bribe for Plushie. Thank you so much for that, Emperor. I appreciate that. Let me get caught up right here. Pearl, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good weekend. Gimme Go By. I like that they introduced a genuine arch-villain at the 11th hour. It kind of comes together. It's kind of neat how everything is coming together right now. I am appreciating that. That is very neat. Let's see. Yeah, the picture in the lobby, I think we saw that location in the first game. I think there was a park we went to that looked kind of like that. Heating blanket, Kitty, and Shane on TV. That sounds like a wonderful way to spend the end of your day, Plushie. Super comfy right there. Phoenix's partial brain damage from the cold is a tough disease. I mean, he did also fall off a huge cliff into freezing waters, so, you know, he's having a bad time right there. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. He came through for us, he did. Sulfur, enjoy your lurk, thanks for stopping by. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Stoneham? No, I mean Ms. Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen? And what that woman is really after. I'll solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. As usual, Phoenix is trying to figure out what happened in the case as the actual courtroom action is going on, which seems like the worst time to do it, but so goes it. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Oh, hey, we got the old judge back, too. Your Honor? What are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it, what do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? This is very shifty. Very shifty. Edgeworth with a heel face turn. It was well earned, though. Him double teaming with Phoenix at the end of the second game is one of my favorite moments in the series. He actually did pass his cold on to someone else. Why is everyone related? Tiny, tiny world of the Phoenix Wright games, I guess. Yeah, why is he Canadian and the regular judge isn't? I don't know. That's actually a really good question. Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Divorced parents, that could well be it. That would make sense. Could possibly explain why they got into the judiciary as well. Complicated divorce proceedings, maybe. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's all right. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Ms. Elise Stoneham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise. and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court, order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murderer? Yes, that's correct. What? That doesn't sound right. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet's an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Gito? So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this. Looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket, damn it. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering up for someone? I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Everything's terrible forever! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous! Maya could never... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. So once again, Maya is under the gun, of course. Let's see. I really want to know where he's getting those cups from, yes. I'm very curious. I can understand why defense lawyers don't get to prepare for cases. It's absolutely useless. Yeah, with all the surprises in here. Coffee intern? That sounds like an amazing job right there. Yeah, things started out okay, and now everything's terrible forever. Yeah, Maya's still trapped in that cave, possibly dying, if not dead. And we still don't know who put those extra trick locks there, it's true. We have so many questions. We have no answers. We only know one thing right now. Whatever she's about to say just now, we have to prove is wrong. I don't even know what she's about to say, but we have to find a way to prove it's incorrect. Hey Dex, welcome in. How are you doing today? I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it wasn't self-defense? Yes. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And the person who did go was that woman. Iris' evil dead twin sister. It's complicated. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Obviously, she's wrong. She's wearing purple. Is that how it works? Old bag. Can we please pin some murder on her? That'd be amazing. All right, so she went to the Inner Temple Garden and saw it all happen. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the Inner Temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What you said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the Inner Temple's training hall. Private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That'd be properly described as hearsay. Is that literally the first time they've mentioned hearsay in the series? Because usually just about anything is evidence in here. This trial has it all. Judge brothers, evil twins, child assassins, burning bridges, Larry Butts. We have a teenager that turns into her dead older sister. It's totally normal. I suppose the bar is in a weird place in this series. Yeah, perjury never seems to matter. It's maddening. Finkeroy, welcome back. I mean, it is actually hearsay, but usually the stuff like that slide in the series. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor. More like a guideline, that's true. The bar is bent at weird angles, I'd believe it. So she saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with the staff. You're saying that the victim attacked Ms. Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? So while Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute! What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Stoneham tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Ms. Faye. Yes, exactly. You look like I did after mistakenly taking a swig of Worcestershire sauce. How? How does a coffee snob accidentally take a sip of Worcestershire? How did you just have that laying around in a mug? Explain to me the circumstances leading up to this. Put him on the stand. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. I'm gonna save. I have no idea if we're getting ourselves in trouble or not. Disgruntled coffee intern! I think the reason he's not testifying that Maya acted in self-defense is because Phoenix right now doesn't believe any of this testimony. If we say it was self-defense, then we have to accept that what she's saying is true, and I don't think it is. Don't keep the Brits! Oh god, that's cruel. Now see, I can understand that, but like, having like a coffee mug and taking a sip thinking it's coffee, but it's actually somehow Worcestershire. How do you pull that off? That's what I'm wondering. I have a small problem. She sits upon a throne of lies. Phoenix is always in trouble. Dude always has his back against the wall. Orange juice on cornflakes? I've done that before too. That does not end well. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. Alright, so she threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. I think we've got a way to break this one, thanks to a ace Phoenix hit up his sleeve yesterday, which is interesting. Judge, my clients are always idiots or hiding something. You should know that by now. Literally contempt. She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, all right. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with a dagger. I'm sure of this. But Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. And then? Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she'd taken and lunged forward for a strike. Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something... Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. Still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's gonna get blamed for this. I only have this to say. It's only in self-defense you can't blame her for it. So you're saying Maya Faye was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Donham? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw? Yes. Trite. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this. I know it's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get, Trite. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold. What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I have to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. Well, I know what one of them is. Standing with the judge? So officially that's what our health bar is our standing with the judge. And when our health bar hits 0, the judge doesn't believe we have anything to offer anymore and he'll rule in the case, which is usually against us. Alright, so I'm going to make another save here. Wonder how many bathroom breaks this guy needs drinking all this coffee? Guy has to have a bladder of steel. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Ms. Donham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Huh. If Elise Donham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her other blade. Well... Anyway, type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. I'll make another save. Now, apparently the judge always makes the correct verdict, but I don't believe it. I would believe that, though, Nettlemasher, most definitely. Friggin' Godot, man. Because Ms. Elise Donham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Elise Donham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah! No! Not Mystic Misty Fey. Well, who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donham actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation as to why she would do such a thing. Oh, we got him! We got him! Order in the court. On first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented. One, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. And two, that the people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in the world that's impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes? But what is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're gonna ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I'd taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Did you just say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Alright, found behind a tree in the Inner Temple Garden, the blood is being analyzed now. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, here we go. Yeah, he says he has 17 every trial. He's up to 25 cups a day. Good God. That does not look like a pine tree, no. I imagine that's a translation thing. The pine tree was the true target all along. I knew it. No, Alejandro, that's something he said before. He says that he always has 17 cups of coffee every trial, and he insists on finishing every trial before he gets to his 17th cup. Yeah, we dealt with Dahlia. He knows that cute girls lie. What the hell? Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Yeah, Ghetto is kind of awful. Alright, so Maya stumbled after getting hit with a staff. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. Two of them. They were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Ms. Maya Fey do after she was struck? So she dodged the next attack and stole the weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Yeah, the Korean combat techniques here. So suddenly Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering somebody at knife point, it's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it! Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? Why you couldn't corner a breakfast sandwich in the morning? You know, I'd believe that. That's pretty accurate. So that's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. Objection. We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Donim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment, then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. And Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck in the pine tree at the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That's the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. Felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first. But there's one thing that's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. This one's tough. Let me save first, and then I've got a slight idea what we might be able to do here. Time stop is a 9th level spell. I didn't realize she was that far along. Alright, so what do we got here? Got the knife. Got the courtyard right there. Go to the tracks. Aha! There we go. Alright, here we've got a contradiction. Found it. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Safari! Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ah, it's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you had to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. These certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself! The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Oh, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would have been difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why we humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? Order! 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 Here, Your Honor. Let me present this stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Lantern in the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern! There's something written on it! Why, it's written in blood! Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down! What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. Certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? Talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then. Let's move on. Joe is literally shaking. Somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Godot spelled backwards is to dog. There's a clue. Put that in the court record. Cheer up my... Oh! Classic. Kumatori, how are you doing today? After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishito to alter the wound the way the wound looked. Urko Man, welcome in. How are you doing today? What were you playing? How did it go? Tell me everything, and thank you very much for the raid. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donham was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. Terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but... You were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. I need to blow my nose real quick, folks. Do not go anywhere. I will be right back. Alright, folks, I am back. Kuma, I hope you're feeling better at least. Or hopefully all the sleep is doing you well. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Alright, time to start the cross-examination. So after Elise died, she called out to Mystic Maya. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. The judge is the worst! Can't take this. So she thought it was her duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So then you knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. She removed the body from the inner temple by herself. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. Snow, huh? She dragged it behind her all the way across Dusky Bridge. It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? Would have been much easier than dragging her all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha! Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what do you do after you cross the bridge? Then she used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yes. What do we ask about, though? Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Ito, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple, sorry. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Yeah, it is. Order! Mr. Godot! Why are you pointing out contradictions to the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe that Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. That is super weird. Kim Reiko, welcome in. Thank you for the raid and welcome in. How are you doing today? What were you playing? How did it go? Tell me everything. And for anybody from Kim's stream that doesn't know me, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. And today we're playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, the third Phoenix Wright game by the inclusion of the original trilogy. So Spacebar, welcome in. Sky, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope everyone is having a fantastic weekend so far, and it's a pleasure to see you. Sky, you brought friends. Thank you so much for bringing friends by, Sky. How's your weekend going? It's good to see you, as always. Have a great stream. Off to bed. Well, take care of yourself, Kim. I hope your stream was fantastic. I really appreciate you bringing your community by. You take care of yourself. Have a good rest, and hopefully we'll see you around. Let's see, Godot up to some shady stuff right now? See, I believe Godot's up to some shady stuff. The question is, why would Godot point out a hole in what is his case, basically? That's what I'm wondering. Thank you for the emotes, Kim. I do love that Bulbasaur. That's what's bothering me, is everything that she was saying is working for Godot. Why would Godot want to poke a hole in it? I mean, Godot was originally supposed to be trying to get a guilty verdict on her, but he knew today she was going to accuse Maya. So if he knew going in, presumably he wants all this, so I don't know why he's pointing the hole in. Ooh, Until Dawn, that is a fantastic game and a blast. Do you know if it was her first time? Because, oh man, your first time through Until Dawn is something special. That much I know. Hopefully she was having a good time then. Very well, let's continue with the testimony. So he transported the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then Godot has semblance of a conscience? It'd be the surprise for me, but you know, I've been surprised before. Life Foreign, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Didn't remember the first playthrough. That works too. That's fantastic. Surely they cannot change the accused in the middle of a case, right? They have done it before. That's actually happened a couple times in the series. For some reason, I mean, technically a new person isn't on trial. What they're doing right now is they're presenting evidence that Iris didn't commit the murder. So it's still Iris's trial, but they're presenting evidence that she didn't do it. So I guess what we're saying is Godot doesn't believe she's the guilty one. She's an accessory. So that's why they're talking about that instead. It's a mess. You're right. It is a mess. Delicious seaweed snacks. Nice, nice. So she used the Shichishido to alter the way the wound looks. Is that what you're doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably. More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Donim. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Alright. So we need to find a contradiction here. There's a couple weaknesses, which is interesting. So we need to take a quick peek through our evidence again. See if we can find anything that jumps out at me, I think. Yeah, we don't fully understand Godot's motives here, so there are things that we might need to find out during this case here. Have not seen anything about the Pixel 7, no. Now, why not drop all the charges? I think because he's also using the evidence in this case to preemptively build his case against Maya, I think. So basically the first thing he'll do is he'll indict Maya and enter the minutes from this case as evidence, as testimony in that case, which will pretty much lock it up right there. I agree, Kiss, I agree. For the most part, the prosecutors do want the correct person to go to jail at least, which is nice. Hey, Relentlessly, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your weekend going? Hope everything is good with you. Alright, so let's take a quick look through here. Alright, nothing really jumping out at me here. Let's go back to the evidence. Let's take a quick look through here. I mean, this is obviously a big problem with the testimony, but I'm not sure if we're going to bring that up yet. The Vaxie Man is a great series, and I'm enjoying the game too. How are you doing today, Vaxie Man? Hope your weekend is going well. We've got Larry's horrible sketch. Gotta deal with that at some point. Still got the single set of snowmobile tracks there, which is... I mean, not necessarily a problem, but I don't like it. We still haven't explained the body falling in her testimony there. I'm not sure how she's going to explain that at some point. We don't know why her fingerprints aren't on the Shichido, which is interesting. Oh no, we do, sorry. That checks out still. That's fine. Having a chill Sunday. I love these games. This case is especially wild. Oh my god, yes. There's so much going on in this case. It's a bit of a struggle getting it all in my head, but I'm trying. Alright. And what did the autopsy say was the time of death? Between 10 and 11? Tight, but possible, I suppose. The hood there, we got the photo of Elise. Relaxing, saw you online, decided to pop in. I appreciate that, good to see you. Alright, so she removed the body from the inner temple by herself. Dragged it behind her all the way across Dusky Bridge. Use the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. Can I press on this again? I'm gonna try pressing on this again. Sounds like it's the same thing, unfortunately. I'm gonna ask about the tracks, though. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Yes, naturally you'd expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there were such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? I think that is actually important, though, not for a obvious reason. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. It doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. But by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. there might be like one, but typically if they say, is this important, it pretty much always is. Alright, so I'm gonna save. As a general rule, nearly all of the time if they say, is this important, it is so far. Alright, so let's press on this. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revel. What? Is that a reference to something? What the hell? What is... That's a Matrix reference? Oh my god. Matrix Grid? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my god. Phoenix, you weirdo. Oh, you're playing Apollo Justice right now. Nice, nice. Ah. Well then, Mr. Trite. Perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic's failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Alright, we already heard this. He's a movie buff, just like our old buddy York, apparently. Alright, so let's take a look at our evidence again right here. I didn't understand that reference. I did at first, but they couldn't just say the Matrix, so they said the Grid instead. Alright, so she says by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Alright, so we got that. So the regional weather report says that the snow stopped at 10:50. And it also says that lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. That means it was still snowing when lightning struck the bridge. But she's saying the murder took place, and then she went across the bridge that would have been on fire at the time. Groshin, welcome in. How are you doing today? Oh, that's not it? Shoot. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I mean, that proves there was a problem there, but what else do I need to show then? Let's keep looking around here. Surely not Larry's sketch. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Remember that one, Zach? I do remember that movie. I love that movie. That movie's friggin' wild. Although I prefer the sequel, Revenge of the Killer Tomatoes, personally. That's the one I really enjoyed. So, obviously the thing right here is time is the problem. So I thought the weather report would be what we did. I think we do need to use the weather report, maybe if we do a different statement. So right here, I dragged the body behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Let's try presenting it here. Yeah, I like that too, Vaxy Man, that's fun. Have not seen Indoor yet, I am way behind on TV shows. Here we go. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. How does she not know about this? Something's wrong here. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Yeah, something's wrong here, kid. Something's very wrong here. Order, order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that's truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donham was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donham's body. Makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across the burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah! All right then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? It could be. Let me get caught up on chat here. It is still Iris this time, but also Iris appears to be trying to pin the murder on Maya now, and we can't let that happen. Orbital Beetle, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. I love the music in these games. Nice objection. Thank you, thank you. Relentlessly, I'm with you there. It was a fun villain, I think. Yeah, we were talking about the coffee intern before. That's got to be a thing right there. He said contempt of court. He said that a couple times, but he's never actually charged anybody with it. He also threatened earlier in the game to charge someone with perjury, but I'm not sure if it actually happened. Yeah, Maya is constantly getting accused of things. It's terrible. Girl lives a dangerous life. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Hey, Art Director, welcome in. How are you doing today? So is this a misunderstanding? I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. The whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Alright. Unless I do something to discredit the testimony, it's gonna be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Trite. I'm only gonna say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Francesca is a lot. She is a lot. I think she's got a good heart at the end of the day, but she's also, frightening. All right, so other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. So wait, is there evidence now? A complete lack of evidence? What is happening in this courtroom now? So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. But you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Yeah, I moved the body. I don't remember how. It's literally impossible, but it happened, so whatever. Let's just skip the details. So was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Naturally, it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would remember. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. Objection. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge? Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness? Oh no! Oh God! Yeah, I just realized where we're going here. Ha! If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. Oh God! After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. Yeah, just put it together there. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. Gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. DB Stewart, I just figured out what the contradiction is. You're about to see in just a second, and it's going to be very painful to all of us. Alright, let me save before I present this in case the way the game wants me to do this is wrong, but so there's a couple places I could present this. I'm gonna try right here, I think. Chinanen, thank you for redeeming the posture check. Oh, gotta have a good posture before bringing in the butts. Oh my god. Anytime Larry enters the courtroom, even the mention of Larry enters the courtroom, I know it's gonna be a bad day. Everything has gone terribly, and I'm not gonna enjoy it. Oh, Chinanen, thank you for the posture check. I did need that. Oh god. Oh, thank you. Emmy, welcome in. How are you doing today? All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha! You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? Oh, I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Measly Stoneham brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurie Stoneham. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice. Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Baxi Man, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here for some Phoenix Wright too. Yeah, everyone's kind of blown away by this. What is happening here? Not the butts! Thank you so much, Baxi Man. I appreciate that. And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument. Uh-oh. Judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ah. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. And I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. Wait a second! I didn't notice it before, but that picture that Godot entered into evidence, I think, gives a clue here. This sketch, drawn by Laurie Stoneham, is... Of course, the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, We haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. All right, then. The witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. So how do we do this, then, I wonder? So other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. She must have gotten confused. Are you saying there's a way to cross a burning bridge? Oh, we were so close there. I think I figured it out. I think Godot gave us the clue that we needed. So the question is, what do we need to do right now? That's the question. But I think I know exactly what we need to do. So where do we present it is the question. Honestly, knowing these games, I wouldn't roll it out. Yeah, honestly, I'm glad they mentioned the catapult, though. That would have been pretty funny. The brave woman's corpse of the flying trapeze. I don't know, Alejandro. This is really weird. Alright, so I'm gonna save again. And we're gonna present the picture again. It all comes back to this. I can't believe we're looking at this again. I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth. Dragon Lady Myth, welcome in. How are you doing? Shino, hope you're doing well. Shino, good luck. Good luck. All right, follows, enjoy your lurk and enjoy your rest. Thanks for stopping by, as always. Very well. All right, then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. All right, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch, drawn by Laurice Donham, is... Something is obviously funny about this sketch. Ooh, that is a fantastic sandwich there, follows. I did not see that earlier. Thank you for reiterating. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurice Donham stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality? Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? It's this wire connected to the bridge. Wire? Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that'll point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Alright, I can do that. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumpin' Jehoshaphat! The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order, order, order. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in this photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? You say you know the answer to that. Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed the event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? Can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Excuse me. No way. Larice Donham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually be... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Donham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order! Order! Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. Lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Well, that's easy. And the meaning of this is... If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donham's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ah. Oh god, I think we broke him. Mr. Godot! Oh, he's still going. Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems that the odds of a rope being readily available are very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible, That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. Wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum? I might actually. Possibly. Let me get caught up on chat first. That animation was hysterical, absolutely. How deep is that bug? They keep sliding him new cups. So there's that. Oh, do you have any evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum? I think so. Oh! There's actually two things possibly we could use. Let's try this. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to the photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence to suggest her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at the autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Stonham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Ha! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. Provided us with a way the body could have moved that night. Impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Let's see. Question, how do they release a tied body from the end of the swing to get it up the cliff? I want to believe that, like, the knot wasn't very good. And it just came loose on its own, and it's just dumb luck that any of this worked. That's all I could think of, Alley Lords would, but I thought about that too. Crystal Genesis, welcome in. How are you doing today? That is a huge amethyst, it really is. Physics, bitches! Yeah! Oh, I was wondering what that noise was. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? I heard that thump in a mic. Was that just in my headset? What was that? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh? What would that be? The aroma. A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the corp doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Oh, God. Oh, God, why? Bronchitis and kiss my ass? Oh, bronchitis is so frustrating. I hope you get better soon, Crystal. I will keep my fingers crossed for you. Got right in the 250th attempt. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Well, there wasn't that many people there that night. So, who would it have been? I mean, it couldn't have been Maya and Pearl, because Maya and Pearl were both at the Inner Temple, and also that would be crazy. And it could have been Iris. Swinging at the corpses, it was Francesca. Yeah, let's pin it on her. Let's pin it on her. Hang on. Alright, this is insane. And I know Phoenix said he was trying not to get into the insane stuff, but I think we've gotten to the point where we can't avoid the insane stuff. Because there is only one person it could be, assuming that we believe Sister Bikini. There's only one person it could have been. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by a snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on the cleanup duty on the Inner Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Goodell? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is? There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Oh god, are you ready to strap in, folks? We're going to Crazy Town. We're going all the way down the rabbit hole. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. Name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order! 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 Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. Korean channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing at the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Yeah, this is gone in crazy directions, holy shit. Magic, it all makes sense. In La La Land, I mean, we know that the Korean channeling technique works. I don't think we can prove it in court, but here we are. Yeah, this place really does go places, holy shit. I mean, Phoenix has to win the case at the end of the day, and if this is the only way, this is the only way. Bellishin, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your weekend going? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in a room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yeah, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off, way off. Still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. Suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? They did, though, and we're getting to that, because I know where we're going here. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. Thank you, Vaxie Man, I appreciate it. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? Oh, I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to move freely about was... This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Edgy poo! Yeah, we're throwing Edgeworth under the bus, but it's for a good cause. I'm sure he'll understand eventually. Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. Oh, God. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. Ha! So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. Oh, what is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. She did the hair thing! Now we're in trouble. The hair flip of evil. Literal Satan on the actual stand. Oh my gosh, I have to blow my nose again, folks. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just keep her company. Don't let her go anywhere. Alright, we are back. Get behind me, Satan! I need an old priest and a young priest. Oh, jeez. But there's something strange in your full coat room. Who are you gonna call? Pumpkin Pie Man? Welcome in, Pumpkin Pie Man. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. She did actually scare the snot out of me. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Larry Butts, oh god. I'm doing good, thank you for asking. To be continued. We're continuing. Oh, we're continuing, alright. Save your progress? Yes. We have made so much progress. Whew. You played Rogue Galaxy? I don't think so. Name sounds familiar, but it's not ringing any bells. Oh, the RPG? No, I have not played that one yet. How are you doing though, Tsunami? Hope you're doing good today. Show her the badge! The power of the badge compels her. Alright, February 10th, 1:06 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. All right. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that. Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. By the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? Yeah, the plan all started with my death. We have gone so far off the rails, I can't even see the rails from where I'm standing now. Alright, let's cross-examine the shit out of this because we need answers. So the plan began with your death, you say? You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that was when you discussed the plan? Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Karain. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first, she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris? That's correct. Unfortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, My father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible! The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Yeah, this plan is actually going pretty well so far. I can hardly call it stupid. You can't argue with results, you know. Oh, jeez. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous! She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? Yeah, Dolly is just completely wrecking everybody here. Just burning to the ground, holy crap. So the idea was for her to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You were gonna kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Urgh. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd! Maya's just... she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? You want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, Being the kind and gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Interesting. Let me get caught up on chat here. You thought your family had issues? Yeah, there's so much murder. Oh my god. Yeah, Phoenix is not having a good day here. Feeny, you foolish fool, fooling around with your foolish follies. Yeah, she had time, basically. Had nothing else going on. Alright, I'm gonna save here. Hey, EP, welcome in. How are you doing today, EP? Hope you are doing well. Alright, so do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? It's like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Alright. So I have to prove what her goal was next, which is interesting. So he says he has to present that piece of evidence. Which piece of evidence do you mean, buddy? I've got an idea what this is going to end up being. I've got to see how I can build a bridge there. Shenanigan, congratulations on the duel win. What piece of evidence? He also said that we need to get more information, so I'm not 100% sure we don't need to do that first. That's the big question there. So... I mean, maybe we should just skip to what her reason was. Because I do know what her reason was. Because she said she wanted to get revenge, right? And what is the one person that we know that has wronged her, at least in her eyes? Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Old bag, the other Fey sister? Oh god, that is a twist too far. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least Dona who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I'd hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? Strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. The hood, it does nothing! I suppose it doesn't protect against evil spirits when there's already one in there. Let's see. John Wick, welcome in your favorite game. I'm loving this one so far. The whole series I've been having fun with. How are you doing today? Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there. But how do you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I'd killed her myself. A ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. Trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. It kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Are you going to play through all the games eventually? I'm going to try to, Vaxie Man. I'm going to try to. So I think the next one I'll be playing eventually is I want to do the first Edgeworth game, I believe. The trick lock at 60 miles of chains. There was a lot of chains there. Holy crap. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead, I returned to the cavern, put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. Are we including the Professor Layton spin-off? I'm not sure yet. That one I haven't decided, but like probably? Yeah, Edgeworth Investigations, that's the one kids would be in. I've never played that one before, so I'd be very excited to get into that. Like I said, I want to play pretty much the whole series. It's gonna take a long time, but I'd like to. I came out from the sacred cavern, got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? Yeah, right, DV Stewart? I just have a blast playing all of them, so yeah, if there's more, I'm going to play more. I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Faye. Oh, well, of course you would assume that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. It's probably going to take a while, EP. It's true. It's true. All right, Valishin, I will keep that in mind, definitely. Ooh, all right. Well, good luck with the job, Alley Lordswood. Good luck with the drive as well. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you so much for the donations. Holy crap, I appreciate the hell out of that. And we will see you around, Alley Lordswood. Take care of yourself. Yeah, we got a lot ahead of us, Vaxie Man, and I'm very excited about that. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Faye, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Faye. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. That is? Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. No way! Order in the court? What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Faye. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? Who's been killed by whom, possessed by what, the when? Actually, I'm struggling with that a little myself, Jeanette, and I'm sort of trying to ride out the ride for the moment. Machine! Welcome in, Machine. How are you doing today? How was your night? What were you playing? Tell me everything. And thank you so much for bringing your community over. For anybody who doesn't know who I am, my name is Shane. That's Shayna's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. Today, we are playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, the third Phoenix Wright game and the conclusion to the original trilogy. We are right at the climax of the game. So if you don't want to be spoiled on it, I totally understand, but oh man, it's getting intense. That's the Emperor. Thank you for the gift sub to Machine as well. Gift sub number 1208 in the channel. Thank you so much for that. Warzone Bribe for Machine. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And hey, Ferocia. Welcome in, Ferocia. How are you doing today? How was your stream? Tell me everything. Hope you are having a fantastic weekend. And I'll say it again one more time for anybody that doesn't know me. My name's Shane. That's Shane's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. Today we're playing the third Phoenix Wright game, Trials and Tribulations. We are right at the climax of the game, too. Welcome in Queen of the Galaxies. Welcome in Fado. Welcome in No Bacon here and Ferocia. Nice. Nice. I'm just going to assume you planned that. Don't correct me because that sounds badass if you actually pulled that off. Experienced, welcome in. Ferris Buells, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Alright, Machine, make a break for it. I know that feeling very well. How's everybody doing today? Hope you had a fantastic weekend so far. What were you playing tonight, Ferocia? Hope you had an amazing stream, and I appreciate seeing you here. Oh my goodness. Let's see. How are you playing these games? Something I want to play for a while, just not sure I want to pick up a 3DS. Alright, so the first 3 games are all on PC, on Steam actually. Let's see, what's it called? Hang on, let me double check the name here. It's called the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. So that's what I'm playing right now. I'm actually playing the Steam version right here. So yeah, the first 3, super easy to play. Now, as for the rest of the series, those are a little bit tricky, and if you don't want to pick up a 3DS, I totally understand. However, a lot of people don't know this, but almost all of the Phoenix Wright games are on iOS and Android. So, while it's not, as convenient as Steam, at least you don't have to buy a 3DS to play them. As long as you got a phone, you should be able to play them right there. So that's handy. Heckin' Warzone, how'd it go? You get some good matches, I hope? I know you're playing with some cool folks right there since Machine already popped over, so I hope you had a good time at least. It is good to see you again, Ferocia. I hope everything's been going good with you. Pleasure to see you as always. Let's see, this is a bit crazy. I know you, Shane, from Neekums, and I haven't seen you in a long time. Had a few name changes. Ooh. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but what name would I know you under? I'm curious now. 12! Oh, you're a Nintendo collector. Holy shit. Alright, so you got something laying around at least. Oh, you used to play it under tablet. Nice, John Wick. Oh, yeah, jeez. I have seen that name, but not in a very long time. Well, welcome in, Experience. Glad to see you again. Hope you've been doing good. Has been quite a while, but yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. I believe I have most of the Phoenix Wright games in DS and 3DS forms. But I probably won't be playing any of them on the native 3DS because capturing from DS and 3DS is a nightmare. So I'm probably going to be playing the PC version for these 3. After that, I'm probably going to be switching over to Android versions. Because even though that has all kinds of problems associated with it, I think it's probably still easier than trying to capture from a handheld, unfortunately. Ah, gotcha, Fado, gotcha. I love mobile gaming as well. I play it constantly at work while they pay me. But as far as capturing the games for streaming, I think that's probably still the best bet. Although I haven't actually tried it yet, I should clarify that. Oh, Life Forward, you haven't finished Spirit of Justice? I've heard mixed things about that, but I'm very curious about that one. Oh, I had the same moment with Machine. Nice. Well, welcome back. Ah, that's fair, Life Forward. Yeah, I can see that being pretty divisive right there. Alright, so like I said, we are in the middle of the final case right here. I could not possibly summarize it. It is so complicated. There's a murder, there's an evil twin, there's a ghost. The evil twin's actually dead, the ghost is there. There's ghost summoning, there's multiple concurrent plots running at the same time, multiple vengeance streaks happening. I am struggling to keep up with all this myself, and honestly, we still don't know all the answers here, so I'm just sort of clinging on for dear life and hoping that I'll get taken somewhere interesting. Feel free to come along with us if you'd like. Shane's boss, he didn't hear anything. Yeah, I think I was looking at a BlueStacks. I didn't want to go BlueStacks because I know BlueStacks has a bunch of like ads and stuff and I don't want to mess with that, but I'll still play around with it. I'll see what I can find there. So what is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of Eagle River, where else? Eagle River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh, God. No way, I searched the bottom of that river myself. He would not. He's too much of... I mean, he did fall into the river, but I don't think he saw anything there. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There is no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! Yeah, Rin, I've already figured it out. Phoenix Wright hasn't apparently, though, but yeah, there's a very obvious question here that Phoenix doesn't seem to have considered here. Seems this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Oh yeah, I noticed. I noticed a while back. I kept waiting for Phoenix to notice, but he hasn't yet. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be. Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. Now this, you may remember this part from the last case, but that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, we're gonna save again, but I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here. For this part, anyway. I know the overall solution as well. Yeah, honestly, Phoenix was just running a fever the other day, and also this has been a super traumatic case for him, so I'll forgive some mistakes here. Ms. Hawthorne claims Ms. Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? I do, as a matter of fact, now that you mention it. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows this better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she jumped from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out. You... Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Ms. Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is the one possibility you're all talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? I say as I save the game again. She's in our hearts, all of them. Damn it, right? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is... There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? And there we go. Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? Kiss? Nicely done. It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Oh, man. Like I said, I don't understand why Phoenix didn't figure this out earlier. I mean, I know there's, narrative timing needed for all these things, but, we're right there, so... How did she not figure it out? That's what I'm asking. How did she not figure it out? It was right there. But for some reason she didn't figure it out. Plot blocked, basically. Basically, that's where we are. Brain damage, I suppose there's that too. There was that fever. Fevers are very dangerous for the brain. Oh, Rooks, I'm so sorry. That's frustrating. Show her the badge. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura Temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time, you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia Faye. Been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. I know we got more ghosts to deal with. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. Immortal Combat! Yeah, let the ghosts fight it out. Oh god, EP, you rolled a natural one. I'm so sorry. You had just cornered Maya at the Inner Temple Garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that! I can't believe it! Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. Yeah, Dahlia really should think of doing literally anything else except crime. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Faye escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Faye! Mia Faye! Mia Faye! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You'll never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you're already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you was burned to a crisp. Oh, you're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? No longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh, God! I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Nick, sis. Holy crap, Maya! Oh, jeez. Here lies Dahlia Hawthorne. She never scored. She did kind of look like a banshee right there. Banshee, get the priests! Let's see, Grey Leon, welcome in. But if she was sentenced to death 10 years ago, why is she here? Ghost stuff. This case has been crazy complicated, but yeah, she was summoned back as a spirit by a medium. Bad noises, that was bad noises. Whew. Alright. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye as well, as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. Tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Objection! Sorry, what? Wait, hang on. No, GG. No, we got GG. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Ollie's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. No GG for me, goddammit. I think I was stabbed. just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya. She was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person who was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Stoneham, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way! But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event, and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's been through! We need to find out the truth. Prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. First, take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Ms. Faye to recover before summoning her. This isn't even the child's final form! Oh, God. Oh, God, Shannon, I hope he doesn't have 10 forms like Wild Arms. Oh, God. Yeah, I suppose we didn't actually get to the case of who done it. We kind of got sidetracked there, and I got all excited there. A mystery, if you will. I love it. I love it. We're convicting somebody, damn it. Basically. That breakdown was really cool. Oh, I did love that. I'm glad they put some extra work into that whole animation. That just felt really special, which I appreciate. Oh, God. I have no idea where this is going. I'm not 100% sure either, Gamagumo. I thought I knew everything, but now I'm like, wait, who did kill her? Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful women always seem to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. One of your favorite breakdowns? It is pretty badass. Furio Tigre was pretty fun, and the way we got Furio Tigre was such a great moment. Probably my favorite moment in the game so far, honestly. Yeah, Rooks, I'm like, what do I have to do to earn this guy's respect? Seriously. February 10th, 2:56 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. Sister, felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. Only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and I headed for the Inner Temple. But the path to the Inner Temple was cut off. The path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it! So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shichishido. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Of course they have to make it hard for me. Matt is a fantastic villain. I do like him. Yeah, it would have been awesome if she was named Sue. Pseudonym. That might have been too big of a hint, though, you know. Cyberventure, welcome in. How are you doing today? That animation of the body getting yeeted is hilarious. I love that. Think Phoenix acted out in court? Of course he did. So then the body was tied to the cord and just went, woo! That would have been the exact noise that he made, too, to really illustrate the point, I think. The staff sword. I love it. Yeah, take a drink. She's got vital information that could save Maya's life, and yet, nope, she's not going to tell anything. The person who called me was Wendy Oldbag. I'm going to put her away so hard. Delicious void juice. Defendant? Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. I think she wants to tell me. He did say one final thing 3 times. I was keeping count. I was curious if anyone else noticed that. Old bag. Meets check. Ex parte communication with the defendant herself? Oh yeah, we're breaking all the rules today, apparently. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donham really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. You know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. Just maybe, I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. It's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? Who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. To be continued. That was kind of a moment right there, definitely. That was a very cool animation game we grew up on. I remember that vividly. Oh my god. Yeah. Legal loophole, well played, sir. That was actually really clever. There's some clever writing in this game, most definitely. Yeah, we're saving right here, definitely. We have made so much progress, but we've still got one last mile to go before we wrap everything up here. Whew. February 10th, 3:36 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Yeah, I'm kind of... They didn't really make it explicit, but it's my headcanon that the cable was weakened by the fire, and so they used it that way? Because if it was still in the middle of the bridge, I don't know how they would have gotten it, but they didn't really go into that. What about the Canadian judge, eh? He had a cold today, so he couldn't come in. Actually, it sounds like Phoenix gave him his cold, which is kind of hilarious. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Faye used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Whose was it? Interesting. For some reason they didn't do a fingerprint test. That would have been nice. You know, I guess it didn't occur to anybody. Thanks, guys. I like how the forensics in this universe just sort of weaves in and out. Like, you do one case where they're like, oh, we matched the DNA exactly to this one person. And another case, they're like, oh, we didn't fingerprint any of this evidence. No, this giant mountain of 20 things in your inventory, didn't look at fingerprints on any of it. None of it. Yeah, I know, relentlessly, I know, but still, I can still whine about it. They can't stop me from that. Oh, God. Siamese, welcome in. I'm glad to be back as well. How have you been, Siamese? Hope everything's been going well. Oh, I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Yeah, Gumshoe washed his face at the crime scene. He is the worst at his job. The courts are busy. Who are these forensics people? I need to find them and I need to shake them violently. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Company law offices. Maya. According to this magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Ms. Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donham's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see... Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, what a jackass. All right, take care of yourself, Fado. Thanks so much for hanging around with us. I appreciate it. You have a good rest, and we will see you around. He does kind of look like a Final Fantasy character, doesn't he? Oh my god. I'll give those forensics investigators something to investigate their own murder. Let me make that game right there. Holy crap. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled, and I ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed all over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Alright, Malkiel, take care of yourself. Have yourself a fantastic rest. Thanks for hanging around. We'll see you around. So you were struck on the head. Suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Seems that it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. God, Murdered Soul Suspect is such a fantastic game. I streamed that one too. I'm a big fan of that one. That game did not get nearly enough respect. Experience you're taking off too? All right, get a great rest experience. Fantastic to see you again. Glad you've been doing well, and hopefully we'll see you around. She doesn't look well at all. Alright, so she was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Murdered Soul Suspect, which is a third-person mystery game, basically. A very cool one, very unique. It's got its problems, but honestly, it's very worth playing. Should be on Steam, too, I think. So who else was on the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. The day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused, probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. It is an interesting game. Really, really interesting. What breaks my heart is it was published by Square Enix, by a sub-studio, a studio they had full ownership of. And Square Enix was so disappointed with both the development and the week 1 sales that within 2 weeks of the game being released, Square Enix shut the studio down entirely. So probably never getting a sequel to that game, unfortunately, even though they set up for it to be a whole series. Yep, literally within 2 weeks of it coming out. Which just breaks my heart every time. It was so good, it was! It didn't sell very well though, the reviews were pretty mediocre, and I guess Square Enix wasn't happy with the development, maybe it took too long, maybe it cost too much. But yeah, if anybody's curious about it, basically you are a detective who comes back from the dead as a ghost and is trying to solve his own murder. And while he goes around, he has to end up solving several other mysteries as well. It's very cool. Alright, so suddenly someone struck her over the head. Let's see. You have murdered a soul suspect, but you never give it a fair shake. You shall install it again. Alright, like I said, it does have its problems. It's not a perfect game by any measure, but I think it's really interesting. Some of the puzzles can be a little frustrating, but the vibe of it is very cool. The overall storyline, the twist, the ending gets me really well. The voice acting is all really fun. I liked all the characters in the game. So yeah, it's worth a play. I'll say that much. It's very much worth a play. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see how it was? Oh, let me think for a second. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Why, it's really having a hard time. What should I do? God, I don't want to press her harder. We have to, though. This is her own safety at stake here. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, Oh, yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark? It's not good to have that much light around when someone's undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was an earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. Maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely a spirit that was channeled by Elise Donan, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? Now basically, the one biggest difference between Final Fantasy XIV and that is, besides the fact that FF14 already cost $1 bajillion to make, is the fact that that was a Square Enix first-party game, whereas Murder Soul Suspect was made by a tiny studio that Square Enix happened to own. Yeah, she did get bonked on the head too. You do tend to lose a little bit of your memory when you get massive head trauma, is the other thing. So she stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? Let's see. Fuzzy Boots, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Let's see. So she thinks she screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. Wow, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. Well, you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? It's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I mean, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ha! Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. Ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Alright, so I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Alright, hang on. Hang on, we need to press on this immediately. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was farther away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. Something's wrong here. Fuzzy Boots, no need to be rude there. Let's see. Then something warm splashed over me. Alright, this is where we get to the things that I don't want to ask her about, but we need to ask about everything, unfortunately. You don't mean... What was it? I didn't know it at the time, but... I think it was probably blood. She's saying that's when Miss Donham, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? That moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. So that's when she lost consciousness. So what happened next? I don't remember. How were you saved? You don't even remember that? No, I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. I'm pretty sure I know what she's hiding and I don't like it at all, but we'll see if we can work our way towards it. Same here, Vaxie Man. I want to hear all of that dialogue. Plus, there's been a couple times in the game where you're not immediately looking for a contradiction. You have to trigger a flag first. So that's why I usually do that anyway. But the dialogue is great, so I always enjoy pressing all the statements, even though I know where we're going sometimes. I'm going to save here. Also, John Wick, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Glad to have you with us. Alright. So, she could see a man behind her attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Hey, Geek Boy! Welcome in, Geek Boy. How are you doing today? Hope you are having a fantastic weekend so far. Glad to have you with us. Alright, time to present some evidence. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah? That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? Let's see, let me get caught up a little bit. Warded, hey, welcome back. Warded, how are you doing? Hope everything's still going good with you. Yeah, Geek Boy, we are in the very final segment of the game right now, so we're very close. Let's see, Valshit, don't worry about it. I know sometimes it can get a little heated in debates like that, but no worries, no worries. You are very polite. I appreciate that. Rafflecoop, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Very deep in the thick of it. Oh my god. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard. I'll have you... Oh. He said the thing! Oh God! Oh God! He said the thing! He said the thing! Oh, jeez. Oh, Warden, that sounds awesome. How'd it go? Have a good time? Get to catch up a little bit, I hope? That sounds nice. He hasn't said the cup count in quite some time. He said the thing! Let the record show the bard was spoony. Accepted. What did he say right there? He said, I'm no spoony bard. That's a reference to the very, very strange English translation of, which one was that? Final Fantasy 5, I think? It was Final Fantasy 5. I was up for a mutual friend's birthday yesterday. Nice, nice. Hopefully that was fun as well. Final Fantasy 4, thank you for correcting me. So yeah, Final Fantasy 4 has some very unusual choices in the English translation, and one of them is the outburst, "You spoony bard," which is a weird line to translate, and so he's making a reference to specifically the weird English translation of Final Fantasy IV, which is not only legendary, but I suppose if you're a translator, you've undoubtedly heard of it. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Right, specifically the SNES version. I don't know if it's been changed in any other versions. Oh my god, seriously? There's a reference to it in 12? That's amazing! I appreciate those. Oh, they did keep the reference. Excellent, excellent. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions? Objection! Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha! You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? Oh god, we're gonna have to save. Yeah, Spoony Bard is iconic, they couldn't change it right there. But the Bard was Spoony, we checked. Oh, that's amazing. Oh my goodness, alright. Alright. I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't! Please, stop! Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. I think I know too. I don't like it, but I think I know. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you saved his face out in the darkness? Oh God, I don't want to do this. Chat, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but I have to, don't I? I don't have any choice here. I have to do it. I have to do it right here, and I don't like it. Oh my God, I don't want to do this, chat. If it's who I think it is, then I know exactly what Maya is trying to protect there. There's only really one person Maya would be protecting here. Oh, I don't like this at all. She saw God. Show her the badge. Dragon Facts will come in. Go on, we have to. There's like Shade's playing for time when there's no clock. I am, because we're already so far afield, and I think we have to go farther now. Oh, who was the person? So here's the thing. Phoenix's whole premise here is that if it's in total darkness, there's still something that Maya could have seen, right? So what could she have seen? There's nothing in our evidence that emits light, right? So let's look in profiles. There aren't really any characters that have any light sources on them, except for one. There's only one character here that is carrying something that emits light. Just one. Just one. Not to mention, Maya did say it was a man as well. Now, as Mia says, once you have eliminated the impossible, what remains must be the truth no matter how implausible. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know where we're going right now, but we gotta follow this path. Because it was pitch black, Ms. Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. This is... But it can't be. Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Oh my God. Godot did bring up Occam's razor, but he was actually quoting Mia there, which makes it doubly interesting. Oh my God. Order, order, order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Is this the second time we're figuring the prosecution is the murderer? At least the second time. There's a lot of murderers in the prosecutor's office in this universe. Or at least that Phoenix keeps running into. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya? I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Have you played Great Ace Attorney? No, I've only played 1, 2, and this one. I'm trying to work my way through roughly in release order. Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... What a twist! Yeah, Edgeworth, I can see why Edgeworth has such a tough time now. Most definitely. Oh, that's interesting, Rooks. I'm glad they build on that. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, Maya, come on. We need the truth here. Oh, God. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Yeah, this court system is bonkers. It really is. Alright, I need to blow my nose. I will be right back, folks. Do not go anywhere. We're getting the thick of it now. Alright, we are back, and guys, you don't have to worry. I assure you, Maya is not being sexist here because she's lying. She totally did see the visor, and I'm going to prove it. Also, Legal Eagle is fantastic. I follow him on TikTok. I love his analysis. He's smart, he's funny, I love that stuff. Guy's amazing. Alright, so when she came to, she was just lying there on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Oops. The wrong thing there. Do you have a cold? Bad allergies, unfortunately. Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. I can be sexist and a liar? I suppose you're right there, you got me. His stuff is good, I like that guy. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple could only have been the killer. And that's what I think, too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. So by the time she got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? It must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It's like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Alright, so we'll come back to that one. We'll come back to that. If anybody could survive that, Grosh and Legal Eagle could, I think. Alright, the torches were lit and the body was gone. Torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? It's true. Hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, here's some more about the condition of the crime scene. The torches were lit. Gondor calls for aid! Oh god. So all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Snow is removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There are a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. Odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there's no need to remove that amount. It's true. Could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. Chet, do you know why you had to clean up so much snow? I do. Alright, since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene? For what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Killer could resist making snow angels? I mean, who can? Alright, can I press her on this again? Will she say something different now? The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. You're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. It was 12 inches of snow, Mr. Informer. Now we've got the killer. The killer put the snow there, then someone else removed it. You're on to something, Rufflegoop. Alright, so I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened. They did it for your sake? Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have been immediately the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If a real identity had come out then, it would have been terrible. Master of Karain killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? think I know. So this seems to be the statement we need to press on. What do we need to present is the question. What kind of evidence can we do to prove? Are we supposed to? I think we're supposed to prove why somebody would be doing it for her sake. That's the thing. No hints, right? I mean, you can hit exclamation mark hint if you have something you want, and I'll tell you if I'm looking for a hint or not. Honestly, Sky, at this point, nothing is too crazy. All right, Fletcher, you got a hint? What are you thinking? Sometimes the evil ones are the most fun. This is true. This is true. If the killer wanted to help her, he missed something obvious. Oh yeah, I know what the killer missed. I'm already familiar with what the killer missed, but I'm not sure if it's the time to bust that out yet is the question. Let's see, can we press her again about saying the killer was a man? No, nothing to press on there. Alright, so what do we need to do here? Like I said, I think what we need to do is we need to establish the killer's motive, is what I'm thinking. Or maybe it is time to... Hang on, let me see what the revised statement was. So her new statement was, I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what has happened. So she's saying the killer was trying to protect her, and therefore he cleaned up all the evidence. Alright, so in the absence of anything obvious to present towards what I'm knowing to be correct, let's look at the contradiction. If she's saying that the killer cleaned up the evidence, if she's saying specifically that the killer cleaned up the evidence to protect her, then let's ask the obvious question. The body of Elise Donham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. Reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed. But it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Oh, we gotta save. It's been a little bit since we saved. The killer was a dickweed. He was just screwing with her, that's all. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Like I said, I already know this part. Bank Yes, he did it, that bastard! Prosecutor Godot, earlier in the trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains will be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. Torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? And we're back to it again, aren't we? Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Come on, Unji, this is obvious. We always gotta take him by the hand and lead him to the truth, but he's getting there. He's getting there. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern? There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Remember? Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron the delightful Ms. Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. Something's still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor! The blood-colored stain smeared all over the apron! That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. Case 3 right there. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red lighting on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. He can only see coffee. Coffee's live. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Ms. Elise Donan, also known as Ms. Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. How does he not see the outline of the splatter? I think it's like if you wear, you know those old 3D glasses where one eye is red and one eye is blue? If you've ever used those before, you know while you're looking through the red lens, everything that is red appears white, because all of the red light is being blocked out by the red filter. So yeah, basically because he's got those red lights over his eyes for whatever reason he needs to see, I don't think he can see the color red, and the color red appears white to him. Hence why the red ketchup on the white apron he couldn't see, and the red writing on the white lantern he couldn't see either. That's what I'm thinking anyway. And that's why Mountain Dew Red is the tool of the devil. It's so delicious, though. Oh. No worries, Crystal. I got you. All right. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Wright. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. Snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all of that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take out just that area? Ah! Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. Seems, once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya? What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple. Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Objection. Maya? You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Ah! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. You plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ah, nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. That's true. That is true. The judge actually made a conclusion himself. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him. Yeah, they must have some very sturdy desks in this universe. All the beatings they take. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So, when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha! Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot! Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Pearl is cute, most definitely. I love how she's convinced that Phoenix and Maya are dating, and is willing to go to bat for him. Alright. So Pearl was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. We know that's true. So where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, yes. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an athlete's training. But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? Seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donan. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The Inner Temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. Yeah, there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack, too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I'd investigate. So that means it's possible that someone could have been hiding in the storage shack. Oh man, IKEA desks. I love IKEA furniture. A lot of my furniture's from there. So the next day when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. And what do you mean? I'm just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night. She couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So that's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. So it was your first time at the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the fence ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well, what do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Coffee. I could go for some right now. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot. So he found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. He makes coffee look so good. I know, the way he talks about coffee, like every single time he does, I'm like, God, why do I not have any coffee right here, right now? It sounds so good. And he talks about all the different varieties and the ways he makes it. It kills me. Oh my god. Sea Prince, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves. More ways than one. Dragon Lady Myth, how are you doing? Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. Policemen are all busy going over the garden with a fine-toothed comb. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. The same way, I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Yeah, I think we do. Drinking the same coffee through the whole trial? Hopefully not 17 cups though, that sounds incredibly dangerous. Ooh, go for it, Lee2, that sounds delicious. Also, hey, how are you doing, Lee2? He keeps sliding him cups through the whole trial. Oh, nice, Sea Prince, glad to have you with us. Let's ask about Godot's investigation first. You said you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Godot say just now? I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donim. I just realized what he messed up. I did. It just clicked. It just clicked. Oh my god. Oh geez, Dragon Lady Myth, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you get better soon. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that you recover quickly. Alright, so I want to ask about cheering up Pearly, because honestly, that's the weirdest thing I've heard all day. Let me see if I can ask about that now. It took me a second. I didn't realize it immediately relentlessly, but I got it now. Alright, so let's see if we can get back there. Let's ask about cheering Pearls up. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, first thing she asked was about her cousin, Maya Faye. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearly, I noticed that you weren't anywhere in the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story! You had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. So yeah, I see what he did. He made one big mistake here. I just have to figure out what the best way to prove it is. Alright, so I'm going to save because this is super weird, but I think I know what we need to do. He gave coffee to a hypothermic 9-year-old. I'll forgive him that one, definitely. Alright, so we're saved. Mr. Godot. The first time he crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? Why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. Oh, wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Fey on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that what she was wearing was Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Yeah, 3 days later, that would not be smelling delicious. That thing would stink to high heaven. Oh my god. Oh, that's fair, D.B. Stewart. I only started a couple years ago myself. Can the judge smell through the photo? I mean, I assume for stuff like that, the evidence is actually in court, but it's hard to tell. Because that one's not a photo. I think that is actually in there. Yeah, this trial's wild, Little Masher. Oh my god. Yeah, we're presenting the actual gravy-stained scroll. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trait? And yes, you're correct, Yamagumo. That's why he wasn't there for day one of the trial, because the bridge hasn't been repaired, and he was still on the island. What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Oh god, now we have to prove it too. The judge has superpowers? I mean, he's got to have something going for him here, right? Something, somewhere. He can't just be a horrible moron. Oh my god. So, as is tradition in Phoenix Wright games, I don't entirely know what's going on here, but I have one thing that I can't explain. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw that out there and we're going to follow that thread. Because remember, the only place the plan was in the burnt letter. But as it says right there, Pearl herself mentioned that when she got the letter, the seal on the letter had been cracked. In other words, I have no idea how, but somehow this letter had already been opened before Pearl, the intended recipient, had gotten to it. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right! Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center. That would have been the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Retrol, yes, this is the PC version, the Ace Attorney trilogy that we're playing right now. Let me get caught up on chat a little bit. That's true, but the letter was never actually at the jail. She planted it before she was put away, I believe. All right. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. I'd recommend it, Retrol. It's very good. It looks good, it plays well, and it's all the same content as the DS version. Order, order, order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the sadness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. You're accusing me of this crime. I have to ask you, why would I do this? You might be saying bitterness is equal to sadness. He's mentioned that before. This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see, certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. Killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it! You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. The same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. I'm going to save again, too, because I think we're getting down to it. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Just gonna double check what profiles I have. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. A tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia. Can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah! I just remembered! 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned! Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Coffee saved his life. It's beautiful. Beautiful thing. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? First was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? She'd been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said the Master of Karain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. You want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was? Look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother... That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be unable to do it herself. As Master of Karain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Ah! What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick! Please don't! Maya, I heard the whole thing. From my sister, in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. I know that, Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Ms. Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. He was protecting the life of another from certain murder, which would absolve him, except defense is an affirmative defense, which means he still has to go to trial and get acquitted. They can't just say right now, oh, well, you didn't do anything wrong. So yeah, basically they have to prove that he did it so he can go to trial and get acquitted, is what they're saying here. The truth needs to come out because due process must be served. All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before we lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Oh yeah, there's the giant cover-up as well. Holy shit, there's like 5 crimes committed there. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights? I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. Rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Yeah, gross abuse of power as well, holy shit. Alright. Let's go ahead and save again, because we were getting so close to the wire here. Yeah, there's a lot of technicalities here, but basically he needs to go to court to see if he's getting acquitted or convicted. He really needs to. You stab someone and someone dies, there needs to be a court case. Just before it happened, I think she saw some red lights. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. I can't tell you for sure if they were from Mr. Godot's mask or not. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but just after that, you turned towards the light and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she could remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? She thought she'd ask for help, but just then she was splattered with blood. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horrors than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Can you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but... Alright, so suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Wright? Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? So just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then that scream came from the killer? It's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. Save here. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Yep, safety save. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she'd already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah! Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of. It could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? Well, that's pretty obvious. Oh man, she knows so much has happened. I can't even begin to summarize it. Yeah, all they said from the blood test was it wasn't the victims. That's all I got. They said they didn't have enough time to do anything else. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we've learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes. What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. Oh, it can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? Let's see, Star-Lord, I'm doing good. How about yourself? How are you doing today? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness. Continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Ooh, warded, nice all in. Maya? This dagger. You said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. You remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Oh, holy shit. Kiss, nice all in. Shira, nice all in. Bofflecoop, nice all in. Oh my god. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. What? No one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Emperor, nice all in. Oh my god. Did the judge take smart pills during that last recess? Well, that maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there at late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Bot's faced. Ah. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, Mia Fey were here. If Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? Time to make another safety save. Yep, we're going for it. We're going for it. You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. Fact is, I have to prove it. It's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. Well, thank you, Star-Lord. I appreciate that. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ah, that's good. Fight her till the bitter end, Trite. I love this music so much! Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go all for the unlimited penalty? Oh god! Check out my health up there. You're trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot. Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you got. We're making another safety save. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he'd been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? I just realized it at the same time. Oh my god. This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. I figured it out! It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's the location where you say the killer hid his wound? Alright, so... I just need to figure out how to prove it, but I know what the trick is. I know what the trick is. Also, Cider, welcome in. How are you doing today? Good to have you here. I'm so excited. I know exactly where the wound is. I just gotta figure out how to prove it now. Oh, how do I prove it? How do I prove it? Gotta be in profiles, right? That's what I'm thinking. The Blue Badger, that bastard. I hate that guy. I know what it is, though. I hope you guys know. Make sure to think about it right now, but I know. I'm so excited. This is actually really cool. This is really, really neat. Alright, yeah, so I don't have anything specific that I can point to, but I think we can get to it if we go in this direction. Jaw bandage? Oh my god. Ha, I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off of your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. That was amazing, holy shit. And there's our breakdown. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot! But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You, yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid beneath a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? You're talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason? No, why? Suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya! Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. Could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not exactly sure what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago? Could it have been simply desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. Finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. Stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando! I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound! It's bleeding! Ha! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. This must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando! You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. And that's it. It is all over now, isn't it? Whew. Even bad sex is good sex, it's true. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with a body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
Get your badge right here! I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. Two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true! I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? Was it Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
One last plot twist, holy shit. But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in the first place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you for that day. It was the first time that it has ever happened.
Yes, that's true, Rain. I'd forgotten about that after all this time. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Notice what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Oh.
Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know.
Hey, Tonda, how's everything going? Hope you're doing well.
I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix, Wright? Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Stoneham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. Whew. That was exhausting. Jesus. Oh, thank you for the GGs. Oh my God. February 10th, 4:51 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by his own hand.
Of course justice was served.
Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. My name's not Shane, kid. Classic. Hey, Named! I'm doing well. How are you doing today, Named? Hope you're doing well. The man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
I mean, with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand, too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Mia!
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia.
I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix.
I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick! Maya! Yes, it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. What? Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Canadian Judge is amazing, I love that guy. Wasabi Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, I've heard they're really good. I want to see those too. I'm excited for that one as well. Yeah, basically what the creator said is he felt like Phoenix had done everything that he could have accomplished. And basically he said Phoenix had achieved such great heights that he felt if there was another game with Phoenix as the protagonist, he didn't think there was any way that he could portray Phoenix as an underdog, because Phoenix had just beaten all the best and done these incredible, brilliant cases. So he's like, this is the top of the mountain. Phoenix is now a brilliant lawyer. We've established that. He knows it. Other people know it. He's got nothing left to accomplish. He's going to live out his days just kicking the crap out of everybody. So that's what he was thinking. Honestly, yeah, I see why he was thinking that right there. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked and saw your mother murdered. Yosh! Francisca!
Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright.
Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial... Hang on, let me check my messages right here. No, I'm good. If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Yeah, I heard a lot of people don't like Apollo Justice, but I'll get to that eventually, I suspect. Now they can go out and eat cheeseburger. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca? I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of use to anyone. Not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I was going for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? And me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Frenzy? Did I draw you well, too? Ah! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon.
Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book. Frenzy's whippity-whipped. Oh, don't get carried away. Well, how about that? Guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting the Pearl was pretty darn good, too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry.
Someone who's hurt more deeply than Maya? Oh, I'm going to save again. They usually have this at the end of the game. One last question. This one seems like an easy one, but still.
Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too.
Ow!
Then tell me, Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? Pearl Fey.
Poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake.
until she can see her smile again.
Oh, hey, so this is where y'all were. Wow, looks like we got quite the bunch here today. Ow! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congratulations on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just kind of it's gone down by a teeny-weeny bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was a reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. Oh, you don't mean... Travian! Where else? Oh, I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya. What's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearlie,
I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one's heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault.
What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
What about you?
Maya and we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick. Don't worry about it, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Telecommies, that sounds awful. I'm sorry to hear that, but welcome in. How are you doing today, Telecommies? And Vino, how are you doing today, too? Hope you're doing good.
Don't keep us waiting, right?
We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. February 10th, Hazakura Temple, Main Gate. Hazakura Temple? For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon?
Sister Bikini?
I thought you'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearlie is here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Gotcha. Glad to have you with us, Vino.
Pearlie's not here.
Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah! Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls.
Mystic Maya!
Pearlie!
Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya.
Mystic Maya! The gravy crime, oh god.
I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do. Pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearlie.
It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother's gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better.
No, really.
It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who is there for me. my sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me till the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die? That's the master's talisman! The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... a photo? Ah! Mother. Hey, Claire, enjoy your lurks. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys or warriors were constantly challenged by that question. Oh! Holy shit! Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, should we get going? Everybody's waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. Alright, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but... Why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time, you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special chorus naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. 10 out of 10! He said the thing. No other way they could have ended that. I'll really have to work extra hard now.
Master Crane and the office manager of Wright & Co. offices. They have to be a good big sister to Pearlie and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Looks like we get to see some epilogues as well as we're going here. They know. They know. So it's true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Pearls, no! Thank you for the GGs, everyone. I really appreciate it. Maggie brought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Please never speak that sentence ever again. Please, for the love of God. Jesus. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Crane exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Ms. Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh God, it never stops. Ew. Desi and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. Wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. You are the worst criminals, and someday I'll send both of you morons to jail. Don't you worry. I wanted to show you my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 in a tea set. Special thick tea. One I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Oh God. Phoenix, please be okay. I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, cloud-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. No tea for me, thanks, I'm good. I'll pass, I'll just stick to my void juice. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Maida. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Good luck to you guys, I guess. Yeah, she's fucking terrifying, oh my God. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because it provides such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Yep, everyone had a palindrome, which is cute. That's a cute little gimmick there. I like how they work so many jokes into the names. That was always a really cute gimmick. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Pearl never change. I was gonna say, there's not voices in the game, are there? I'm like, a little bit. Just a tiny bit. A man playing a canal, Panama. Oh, I think Janet Sue is actually the head of translation for the Phoenix Wright games, which is kind of cool. No. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over to Edgy Poo, he'll know what to do. I really can't accept these, I'm afraid, or something as fragile as heart. Oh, when will I ever find a gentleman who will treat like a fine lady? I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's Whippity-Whip trip is going to turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. Really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Well, let's not jump to conclusions here, Larry. You're right on most of that, but the loser part I've still got some questions about. EP. Oh. That's cute. That's cute. Oh. He does some good sketches, I'll give him that. Yeah, he does have some skills if he draws those. Those are nice. Those are nice. Whew. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We finished the game. Yeah, they are pretty nice, definitely. Did Godot die? No, but he's probably going to prison for murder. Or maybe. He did commit some crimes there, so he's probably going to prison for something, but... Rin, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, everyone, for the GGs. Whew, that's it. We have officially concluded the entire Ace Attorney trilogy, the original 3 games made by the original creator of Phoenix Wright. Oh, I hope you folks enjoyed it, because I personally thought that was amazing. That last case was nuts. It was exhausting. I need a break, but that was really awesome. And I want to say once again, I appreciate all of you folks for being here for the ride, because God, that was a wild ride. Absolutely wild ride. So we are going to call the stream here because we finished, but I hope you folks will join us next week. For anybody that hasn't seen it, next week we've already announced we are going to be playing Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance, one of the Game Boy Advance Castlevanias, and it'll be the 3rd one we're playing on stream, and a blind playthrough from me as well, so I'm excited. Thank you so much, Gamagumo, I appreciate it. So yeah, I hope I'll see you all folks for that. I would love to have you all here. But of course, if you folks have a moment to spare, I would really appreciate it, because before we call it quits totally for the night... Oh, Shino, that's awesome. I appreciate that. So yeah, we've got one last thing to do before we shut it all down, and that is... Why don't we see who all else is online? So, if you're not done watching Twitch, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. EP, thank you for that. I appreciate it. So, I am going to go ahead and see who all else is online right now. While I'm looking, make sure to hit follow first and foremost. That'll be the quickest way to find me next week, or anytime if you'd like to come back. I'd love to have you here. And while I'm looking to see who's live right now, there are some links in chat you might want to check out if you haven't seen yet. There's a link to my Twitter if you want to see what I'm up to outside, or if you want to get notified about the stream that way, I should say. There is a link to my YouTube if you want to get caught up on anything you missed in Phoenix Wright, or if you would like to just check out some of the other games I've played in the past, maybe the other Castlevanias I'd played. Feel free to check those out. And we have a link to my Discord if you'd like to chat with myself or the rest of the community outside of the stream. Feel free to check that out. I'd love to have you all there. And I see somebody streaming right now that I cannot honestly remember the last time I rated them, so this will be very nice. It is my birthday, yes, thank you for that. I appreciate all the wishes right there. So, Folks, I would really appreciate it if you would join me as we go raid none other than Valkos Lunari. He is a very cool streamer. Today he is actually doing some music mixing. He is very musically inclined. He often does remixes of video game music, which sound amazing. Also an accomplished guitarist, if I do say so myself. So I am very excited to see what he's up to today. I hope you folks are too. So why don't you join me over there, say hi to Valkos, hang out for a bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. I will see you folks next week for Harmony of Dissonance. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.